Okay. Just need to pivot this down here. Ha! That's good, that's good. Where's my pad? My pad. Whoop! There you are. Hey! There it is. All right. Hello, hello, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Here we are in the workshop again. Yeah, got some fun projects to do today. Gonna be working on, well, I got it back here actually. Boom. That's what we're gonna be working on. We're gonna be working on that wooden fountain pen that I broke yesterday. So we got most of everything done already. Just need to get the wood piece drilled again, and then the ebonite sleeve to the appropriate size, and then we have another fountain pen that was commissioned, and it's going to be this here. Nice blues and purples and very translucent there. And then going to be working on, don't fall, okay, these. I've done majority of these, like I was talking about the other, I think it was last week. Yeah, I think it was last week when I was turning a whole bunch of them at the same time. So I've got these to go, and yeah. So got my work ready. Might as well get to it. We're going to start on the wooden pin first. So I'm pretty bummed about this one here. Let's change the view. Yeah, there we go. We've got another different view here. So this is the wood that I used, and unfortunately it broke while I was trimming it down a bit. It was not the glue, it was You're right. So I'm just, the only reason I even say that is because it wasn't the adhesive that broke. This is the first iteration right here. And this one broke because I put it in the jaws and then I cranked it down a little bit and then I tried to do something at the end here, but as you can see, it's quite thin. So it doesn't like to hold up very well. There we go. So the size it is the wall thickness was 0.94, and that's not ideal. So you don't really, that's not ideal. I'll just leave it at that. It's not a good size for a wall thickness. You want probably about a 2 millimeter. So one, yeah, it really just wasn't enough wall thickness. Yeah. And then another time I was drilling, and then this little guy here, when I do the, I actually have a cross reference here, a cross slice view, or yeah. Okay, well this is not exactly perfect, but it will illustrate my point here. So we've got this here. So here is the insert portion where the section needs to fit. And then this is where the shoulder would be for the section, and then the nib would be here. So they're shouldered, and what I did was this piece goes into here, and because it's stepped, I don't know, it's stepped right here, it put extra pressure on the mandrel and tightened it and it pulled it closer, which is not really what you want. So what happened is it just kind of pulled it apart. So kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. So we ain't gonna do that again. But yes, got a commission, the wood, and yeah. Let's see. It's stuck on my mandrel here. I'm just trying to use these jaws to maybe break it free. But I hope everybody had a good Monday. I know I did. There were a lot of things that didn't want to cooperate, but we had fun nonetheless. Man, that's really on there, see? That's not what you want, obviously. But we have other mandrels that I guess we're going to have to use in this case. All right. So wood, I need to grab another piece of the wood here. And then I need to drill it out. Mine was a good day. My Monday was a good Monday. Kevin, you know, everything just tried to not work for me on that day. But that's all right. It is what it is. Let's see. Okay, so these are the wooden blanks that we're going to be going for. Making sure I haven't written on them. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing. I'm thinking... See, I don't think this one will end up with any of the... Yeah, I think we're going to use this one here. I'm going to try it. Yeah, I definitely had a Monday. It's not bad, man. I really don't mind stuff not going my way. It's you know, it's just kind of part of the whole thing, you know. Is my drill still inside? Oh, man. Gotta go get my drill. What am I supposed to do without a drill? Just a moment. Hey, get out of here, you. Found it. Okay. There we go. So we're going to do this a little differently because I have already configured the cameras the way that I want them. So we're going to be starting on the metal lathe here. So normally I would mark this, but I'm not going to, because I think I got a good, I got a pretty good eye of the middle here. Just a little bit over. That was too much. Man. Cool. I'm gonna go with that, and then go with this. But yeah, we were looking at lathes yesterday because my lathe, my Jet 1221, is getting a little tired, understandably so. But you know, not the greatest time for things, but it is what it is. It's never a good time, you know, unless you're planning, preparing, all that jazz. It's just not really something that you want to have happen. But sometimes it just doesn't work like you want it to, and that's okay. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to knock it round first, and then I'm going to come back over to the metal lathe and trim it flush. So did you yeah, I like the the Jet 1221. They actually got some on sale right now for like 10% off, or yeah, about 10% off, which is pretty good. So yeah, I think it's about $770 or something like that. But yeah, just. But on the other hand, it's actually seemed like it kind of fixed itself, so it's not spinning so poorly. So yeah. Yeah, shoot. I even thought about of like a video idea of like shopping for a lathe with me or something like that, where I just kind of go over what I'm looking for in the lathe. Because I think it, you know, might carry a little bit more weight when you think about it. Like, I'm showing you the one that I am shopping for, whereas other people just round up a whole bunch of information of all the different ones, and then they're just showing you the specs of each one. You know, with only having a little bit of mileage on it, so it's, you know, it's kind of one of those things, man. It's just, you should, if you're going to talk about things, you should be able to speak pretty intelligently, not just talk about like, I don't know, what makes you happy about it or whatever. It should be like, not just how you feel about things. I don't know. I guess it's just my 2 cents on that. But I am going to go ahead and turn this round right quick. I don't think you'll be able to see it very well. But I'm going to be right over here. So we'll try. Let me see if I can get this in a better position here. And enhance. See, this is what I'm thinking the OzBot would be good for. That way I could be over here and switch it up, go over there. So let's see. Okay. Let me focus it a little better here. Okay. Good enough. Again, I haven't specified what the wood was. So if you have a guess, let me know what you think this wood is called. I do know the answer, so it's not a you'll never know. It's more of a can you guess that? And if you can't, that's not a problem either. Here's what it is. Okay. So I need to get this down to round so I can do a nice clean pass on the metal lathe so I can grab it with the 3-jaw chuck. Because the wood is, because of how I cut the wood, it's like rectangular. Got a rectangular shape on it. And you grab it with the 4-jaw chuck, it makes it a little weird. Because 2 of the jars aren't even touching the material. So, my solution to it is something that I haven't really been doing, just because I keep forgetting about it, is getting a moisture content reading on it. So I do have a tool for that. Here we go. So here's a moisture content reader. So it's got little metal prongs in it, and you just push those prongs in. I'm looking at 5.6. That's cool. All right. 5.6 is the moisture content. Mm-mm-mm. 5.6 MC. Whoop. Oh yeah, it won't focus, but I just wrote it on there with the shirt. My bad. Just got one side that is not flat, and that's acceptable. Okay, now we're back over here. Boom. There we go. This over. Now, this can stare at the pores on my face. Okay. I moved this camera here, so hopefully it makes it a little nicer. Okay. There we go. Now you can see, hey, See, this is kind of the idea I had, but doing it on my wood lathe is just really quite complicated, and I don't think it's going to work like I want it to. At least with the configuration I've got now in the shop. It's, I got a wall, right? I got a wall behind the lathe, so I can't put that. Okay. Yeah. Can you stream something like that? I suppose you could. Okay, nice and snug. What the heck? All right. We don't really need to vacuum, I guess. But I like to anyway. Yeah. We're going to do it. Hey, bad boy cranked up. Lock, engage. All right, so you're going to do just a couple clean passes here. A couple cleaning passes. And we're not making contact anymore. See? That's why you want it nice and uniform. But you can't make it too thin either, because you got to drill a big old hole in it, which is about ½ an inch, so between 12 and 13 millimeters. Or ½ inch. This is 4.7. So let's get the here. That is satisfactory. There we go. See, metal lathes are pretty neat. All right. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna drop this out. Don't need that anymore. A little drill bit here. So this, I'm going to be trimming this flat and then drilling it. I'm going to measure my barrel that I've got right now and see how what that size is. And it's going to tell me what drill bit I'm going to use in this case. So in a way, if you think about it from like a pin kit point of view, I essentially created the brass tubing with the Ebonite sleeve. So right now I'm just trimming the wood. And I could also do this in the square jaws. I just didn't. I mentioned before that it's a little harder to get it lined up. Okay, we're going to start with well, by measuring rather. I'm going to put a retracting lanyard on my calipers. That way, if I let go of them, they're just going to spring back to me. Oh, dude, we are like right at... Nice. So because we're at 12.7 already, I'm actually going to use a 12.5 millimeter drill bit. Well, let me see how far that goes. 1266, 1220. So it's got a little bit of a taper, but 12.6 is the largest. Yeah, we're going to go with a 12.5 and see where that gets us. Let me grab a bit. Oh. 12.5. Here we go. Something funny, Kevin? Something funny? I'm just kidding. Okay. So I've got quite a few lines on there. I was just making sure that I knew the right one I was going to. That's why it's kind of nice to have templates around, you know? Oh, yeah. I mean, I could just wear my apron and constantly throw it back in, but I don't want to do that. All right, we already have basically a center start from where I turned it in the beginning. So we're going to go to this furthest line back here, all the way there. Now, I don't think I have a category. I guess I do, but explaining the type of wood, it kind of has a popcorn smell to it. Boom. Hey, or an apron with a custom spot for it. Yeah, man, that's a good idea. This wood likes to get hot. It seems like it gets hotter faster, though. Which kind of makes it a little weird that, well, sometimes when you're drilling and it's wet, you know, it's steam. This is obviously smoke, so just knowing the different gases that you encounter. Okay, so this is good. What I need to do now is check where we are here. Okay. So it's a little snug. We are going to expand it a bit more. This is a 1/2-inch reamer. So the reamer is nice and loud. Whew. That was squeaky. Hey, Mohan, you did 2 with Bacote and 1 with Olive. Right on, man. They look fantastic. Bet they do with an artisan like yourself working on them. How do you like the camera setup, Mohan? I can readily look into your eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it weird. All right, so now that we're doing this, let me save that. See, calipers again. I don't know if I mentioned it. Well, actually I do. I only mentioned it yesterday. But moving forward with the Ebonite sleeved pens, I'm going to use a M10 by 1 on the inside here, so I don't have to drill with such a big drill bit. So hopefully it'll keep the outer wall thickness a little bit more sturdy, so it doesn't run into the problems that I have twice already. I don't know why the other 2 pins worked fine the exact same way. I guess just this one didn't want to. So what we do is I'm going to measure the depth of the Ebonite rod here after I clear out the rest of it. And I don't necessarily need to know the exact number of how deep it went, but I do need to mark it because I need to cut it. Because this piece is too long. I don't want it to, I don't want to have to drill too far into the wood, otherwise it would just look wrong. So this is about how much we have sticking out here. So we have about, what's that, 14, 13? So about 13 mil. So we're gonna check it in here and see how much we've got sticking out. So nice. We are pretty darn close where we want to be. Yep. A bit light rigger. Hey, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. Does it look good? Did it turn out nicely? Okay. So I gotta measure that. I'm gonna measure this. This is what I should have done, I reckon. So measure the depth, right? And then I'll come over here and measure how much of it's actually going into the wood and see the discrepancy there, or if there is one. Okay, here's the depth that we need. And we need to go a little further. Okay, I'm going to put this back in. I'm going to hold it a little further back. That way I'm not squeezing the hollow part as much. Oh, already sold? Dang, man, good job. Crushing it. Probably got a happy customer there now. A little bit. We'll pop that out. See how we're sitting now. Should be less than 13. If it is, then we are fine. Okay, it is 11. Is there any way you can post a pic? I mean, if you want to start a Facebook group. Sorry. I thought about a Facebook group, but man, I don't have the time right now. And then one more time, check this, make sure we got it buried all the way. It is right there. So This is already set. We're just going to kind of get a little bit of a grip on this and hold it nice and close to the jaws here. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think you can. But yeah, I think it has to do more with like links. I don't think links are acceptable. But I don't know. I really haven't looked into it too much. Just going to go ahead and go just a little beyond the line here. Pop that off. Yeah, I don't think so. I have been looking at the capabilities inside of Patreon. And I think it would be great for a community sort of thing. It has like different folders that I can put in there and stuff. So looking forward to that. I'm gonna do a little shaping with my file here. And the shaping doesn't matter too much on the inside, because you're going to want it scuffed anyway. But giving it a bevel like that will make it so it can be received inside the wood a little deeper. As a matter of fact, let me, so this wood right here, right? I've got this. I'm going to go rip it in half, actually, so we can see, the inside, and you can kind of see how it's laying. Just a moment. All right, so here we are. Just chopped her. Get the dust out of here. Okay, so this is where it was. It was sleeved like this. Let me pop this out so I can lay it inside. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. So this was in here. So you can see that it's not really, it's not a perfect fit for this one. You can see the little gap right here. So I would have needed to take it down just a little bit more, but you can also see here where there's like a little bowl, right? And that's from the top of the drill bit. So you're creating a little bit of a concave on the inside. And so if you do a little sanding like that, it'll make it so it kind of snuggles up on the inside when you're doing the rest of the stuff. At least in my mind, that's what happens. So, and then there it is all together. So pretty neat, pretty neat. I'll probably do more cross sections of stuff as well, because being able to see is a little different than being able to imagine. So I know that some people like seeing, I know some people like other stuff. I mean, I like imagining, but this still a little snug at this part here. Could you see? Yeah, this part here. You okay? Okay. And I'm actually going to use a 1/2-inch drill bit. That's a 13. Don't want that one. That's a 12. Get warmer. There we go. Hey, Sean, how you doing? This is good times here. Good times here. All right, so we need to go. This looks like a half to 3/4 of an inch. I have. Oh, darn. Other thingy go. Let's see. So we got, yeah, about just over half an inch. So with this, I'm gonna find. Okay, I don't have any existing marks, so we're just gonna go ahead and measure this. This is where it's tight. This is where we're going. I'm gonna measure it from the back here, behind the outer largest fin, and then go just a little bit past it. So, boom, there's my mark. Didn't have to be oh, let's see. The swarf is amazing. What swarf? This stuff? Or the other stuff that I sent to you? That's nice. That is nice. Salt and pepper. I'll just keep it right there for you. Whenever you make your way over here, you'll be able to come over and grab it if you want it. How about that? Nope. This needs to stay. This needs to back up. Okay, here we go. All the Operex stuff. Well, good. I'd like to see how it looks once you're all done with it. Okay. I really need to open up this first part a little bit more. So I am going to bump up to a 13, I think. Is it over here? Nope, that's a 12.5. I needed a 13 for going just a little bit further. No. Didn't I just have a 13? Where did that go? Who's touching my stuff? I'm just kidding. A little bit. That is definitely not it. Weird. Weird. We need... Okay, probably not the greatest idea right here, but we're going to do it anyways. So this is, again, a 1/2 inch, but it's a router bit, so I hope that it's going to be able to scrape the outsides a little better. That's all I was really trying to do with the larger. Yeah, Sean, it was Operex. But yeah. Come on. So close. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. There we go. Goodness gracious. So, let's see. You touch your drum set? Okay. Going about 1/2 inch again. All right, this should resolve my problem here. Yes, that's nice. So be careful drilling into stuff that's already pretty thin and a little fragile because it likes to split. So all right, we're gonna have to do something a little different now. Dang it. Just threw the cap onto it and we use that as the mandrel. And I need to sand it right there a little bit. So we're going to go nice and slow. I'm going to locate the file. Not the electronic file. Because those are in the computer. And this will also double as a little bit of a roughing it up anyway, so. We're going to clean it with some denatured alcohol and then to make sure that I didn't mess up the squareness of this part here. You want it to be relatively, or not relatively, you want it to be square. This shoulder right here, or it will not work right. It'll be a little off. Because everything else is square, and you want this square to it. All right, so we are in snugly. We go back in for some more sanding. And then I guess I could also mention at this point, the reason I don't want to necessarily use my carriage to cut or trim a layer away is because it's so close to where I need it to be. I don't want to take too much off. And that will definitely do that. I'm also focusing more on the bottom because that's the most likely spot where it's catching, because I know that it's a little thinner. All right. Sean, you put it in clear and dunked as much as you could in the blank. Nice. Ah, cool. Well, good deal, man. I hope you have some great success. All right. You're pretty good here. So you can actually do this right the first time. It's just taking me a little bit longer. Partially because this is the third one that I made yesterday, and yet no pins have come out of it yet. So a little frustrating sometimes working with this type of stuff. Okay. But yeah, that's awesome. First dab into Kitless Bespoke. Yeah, man. It's a fun world. It is a fun world. I go nerdy, man. I really like it. So taking a look at how this is meeting up, and I think I have to hit it just a little bit with the step bit, little step bit, and then what will happen from there is it will create a recess where this part right here likes to come up just a tad. Almost. There we are. That. Voila. Now, oh dang, Sean. What are you making them for? Cost-wise, if you don't mind me asking. Maybe I will buy them. Just kidding. Only a little bit, though. What? Hot dog, man. Good dealio. You a good turner? You been holding out on me? You've been a good turner this whole time? Seems like you've been traveling the whole time I've known you. Woo! Look at that, see? It's trying to break again. But we didn't. Jeez Louise. Need to get this cleaned out. There we go. Yeah, that went. No! Well, this went too far, and I need to trim it back. Dang it. Well, that's awesome, man. Yeah. Cool. That sounds cool. All right. This going back and forth stuff is not cool, man. So, do this again. Because you want the hole like really close to the size. You don't want a lot of excess. Yeah. Alrighty. 12.5. Oh, Lordy. I'm going to get this eventually. Cool. Not too much, it'll wiggle? What a wiggle. This? It might. Okay. Go to your home. Get me mad. Okay. Probably don't want to check it with the jaws on it, huh? All right. We're going to level this one up. How about that? How about that? So what I need is Iron Fist Boxer. What did you miss? I mean, I've been going back and forth with this wood here, trying to get it set. Other than that, you didn't really miss. Just trying to get this dialed in, right? Trying to make sure that this is nice and close to what it is. So this is the Ebonite sleeve, and it's supposed to go in here, but it's not wanting to cooperate. I think I just need to cram it in the cram hole a little bit more. All right, so back it up just a little bit. The bird in here. Contact, and we're back. See, some of the more complicated stuff, I don't usually like streaming because it's kind of not all that fun and for some people to watch, you know. But some people also like it. Okay. Finally, we are flat, flush, and very nice. So before you glue it in, we're moving along now. Before you glue the piece in, you need to take a look and measure this here and make sure that you have the mark so you know how deep the wooden part is. And then it'll also, you kind of see, see my line right there. And this is about how close it is. You can see that, right? So there's the black line right there. That's how deep it is. And then that is going to get glued inside. And then if I had to guess, it's going to be further down that way. I can actually determine where it's going to be here in just a moment. Put that in. So to make sure that it is the size that I want it to be. Ooh, it's real close. So I'm going to have to bump it up just a tad. And there is where I'm going to here. This line right there. Okay, now, hopefully, everything else will go well. Sometimes glue doesn't like to cooperate. Uh-huh. All right, so check this out. So boom, fold it over. Right, fold it over, nice and snug like. Then you take the barrel, you wrap it around. I don't know if you can see. Wrap it around. Because what we're trying to do is protect the threads but we don't want adhesive on the we don't want adhesive on the threads, so that's why you folded a piece. So it doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be, well, it needs to pretty much be perfect actually, because you don't want glue going through. Just use tape side and clean it later. No, because there's not a lot of room for error on this particular thing, because once I put glue in here, and any glue that comes up will push it up, right? And then the collar that I have, the collar that I have is not very big. It's only probably a good, maybe a millimeter. Okay, it's about 2 millimeters before you get to the threads, and it's not. I don't want that. I want that CA on the threads. The other thing too is because this started off, this piece for the barrel started off at a 15 millimeter. It made it easier to trim down and thread and everything. But what happens is put glue inside. Okay. Sean, I recommend that you try that out. Tell me how it goes. It might go well. But I don't want it going up to the threads. Let's see. But yeah, because it's a 15 mil, the barrel itself is going to end up being right at 15 mil. Glue inside the tube. Yeah. Well, yeah, man. If it works. Okay. Now, I guess the other difference is for this, if you try to push it, if you just tried to push this in and you're meeting resistance, the problem that you're going to run into is it creates a seal. So you have to push it past that. Oh yeah, Iron Fist Boxer, sorry man. I am making a Ebonite sleeve for a wooden pin for a series of pins that I'm doing, where I'm just trying to have a pin out of all the different types of wood. And then yesterday, one didn't want to, well, two actually didn't want to be completed. So we're giving it another shot today, and I need a paper towel. Alrighty. And whoop. All right, I got my trash can under here. So I'm going to do a couple streaks. Nice and gluey. Just got to move it around, make sure all the bubbles come out. See? Boom. All right, so the bubbles are out, and that's up on the rim there. Then I could just wipe that off and wait a little bit. Boom. There you go. There's not really a whole lot for the activator to even go onto, but it will just go ahead and dry the stuff that's on the outside, so I don't accidentally grab it and it tries to stick to me. But yeah, this is pretty good. So Iron Fist, what are you a turner? Are you a boxer? I don't know much of anything about boxing, other than I hate getting punched in the face. I don't know anybody that likes it, but like some people. Ha. And how about that? And we are flush. Yes. And we got the mark. Got the mark that we needed. So this is the barrel. And here's the cap. So this is about what the pin is going to look like. I'm going to make it a little bit further here. So what we're going to do for now with this pin actually is going to put it to the side and let it dry a bit more. I'm going to start on the other one. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ah, that's the $1 million question, man. What wood is it, do you think? You're training unboxing, actually. Hey, I hear you. Good deal. It's a good way to keep active. But yeah, Sean, I haven't specified what the wood was. I was wondering if anybody would be able to guess what it was. But yeah, I'll probably say it at some point. Getting this set up for a little trimming down. The wood was actually called catalogs. Yep. Called catalogs. Oh, you just got a center start? It's pretty nice. Very nice. I'll sometimes use it just in the drill bit on my hand drill, just so I can get a center hole so I can mount between centers and turn stuff around. Okay, we got, I keep looking at it because I'm trying to figure out where the most purple is, and it looks like it is up here. So we're going to hold it like this. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's good. It's also nice to have that capability, you know? You know, I have it so I don't need to use it. That kind of thing. Can you get big chunks? Are you talking about for the wood? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Alrighty. Sorry, I need to do a little bit more center starting here. But is that what you're talking about? For taking them down to like pin blanks? That's what people do pretty often. They get like, I mean, that's actually what I did for this whole project. I got some lumber because it was cheaper to do it that way. And then I just chopped it into pieces that I wanted the size. Well, that's good, man. That you got Or yeah, you got that dealio going. Hmm. Yeah, man. Rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Hear that. I don't know why I moved that back. Nonsense. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? Let's see, trimming this blank down. This is probably one of the, I guess, more tedious processes that kind of has to happen. Okay, we're going to this line right here. So this is going to end up being a Jello number 6 section. And it's going to be a marauder pin. It's going to have triple start cap to barrel. And it's going to have an 10x1. Section threads to connect it to the barrel. Go nice and far. Nice. Mm-hmm. We don't need too long of a barrel here, so if you end up with too long of a barrel, then you have more to deal with that you probably don't really want to, and it makes it harder to work with on the lathe. Having more material in between centers, that makes it so it can wobble a bit, and you don't want that. There we go. Whatever. Alrighty. Oops. There we go. That was the minimum distance that I needed to go, and I went past it and was on that. Now, yeah, Johnny, I will be getting into some DP pins here in a little bit, but I've got this commission, a wooden pin that I'm working on, and then I've also got well, then I've got that. So, working on it here. That anymore. Okay, let's see. Get out of here. Add. I need to turn my phone on Do Not Disturb. Yep. There. Okay. Cat. And section. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to go that direction with it. That sounds good. So getting my section mark, and then I'm going to end up cutting that. And then nah, I won't get fancy. Won't get fancy. Just keep it as. Lawrence, how you doing, man? Good to see you again. And this is good. Actually, I'm going to move it out a bit because I'm going to cut this off and then go ahead. Never mind. I got to flip this around. I am good, sir. Good, sir. See, sometimes it's fun. You got to play. Got to figure out where things went. This is a great opportunity to go ahead and get a center start on this because this is going to be the top of the cap. And I like to use a smaller one because all I need is really a little center touch, really, because this is going to be where the live center goes. And the reason I need to flip it around is because there's more purple on the other side. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay, there we go. Okay, not too tight now. We know what happens when that happens. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let me find the section right quick. Oh, and it was right quick. How about that? Urgh. There. There's the section. That's good. That's good. Let's get our drill bit for this. I had a different drill bit that I wanted to try. Oh, there it is. Okay. Go ahead and bang out the cap. Power feed. Hand power. Oops. Whoops. That's all right. We'll just clean up the end, you know? Okay, so basically just chew it. A little bit past. That's what we want. Now, gotta trim the end there, because, well, yes. Perfect. Nice, create a nice little recess back here. Boom. Now we need the other chamfer tool here. Nice and easy. Perfect. But yes, yes indeed. What are we on? We are on tapping. See, everybody wants a guide. You just watch, you know, and talk about it. Show you. Alrighty. See if this fits nicely. Perfect. That is done. This is the body, and let's see. You know what? I actually think I like the other side here. Hey, Kevin! You driving? Oh, geez. Be safe, my friend. I know you are. So I see a little purple on this end, but I don't see any purple on that end. We want to grab as much purple as we can out of the blank. So we're going to start this side here. Okay. This is going to be a barrel. So whoop. Also, by the way, if you didn't know, this is the drill bit size that I am using for my M15 cap and barrel pins. So I'm basically drilling this same diameter hole in the Ebonite, and then I trim it down. But the reason I'm using a little bit smaller is because I kept breaking the Ebonite, which is not cool, man. The Ebonite barrels, that is. Do y'all like seeing my face and my work at the same time? Or is it just too much personal? This drill bit is, oh! It's one of my least favorite things, actually. It's sometimes fun, but sometimes not. Adjusting or putting the stop collars on all the drill bits again when you get new ones. But it just happens. You gotta do what you gotta do. Boom. A little relief. These are the like nice little touches, I think, that make a big difference in different work. It's not a matter of like how many steps can I make it take. It's a matter of the least amount of steps I can make it look as refined as I want it to be. At least that's my thought on it. I still haven't necessarily cracked the code or anything, but no, I'm supposed to use not that. So I'm going to go ahead and do the internal threads first. All right. This is actually a 1/2-inch plug cutter. So what that does is get you close to the diameter that you need. The other thing that probably should be mentioned is that when resin gets hot, it, you know, kind of warps for one, but it also like swells up and gets, or it expands a little bit when it gets hot after it's been cured. That makes sense. Why don't I have a little piece of sandpaper here? I'm going to use a pretty fine sandpaper here. This feels about 400. Nice. That feels amazing. Next, I'm going to get my, there we go. my die. And if you don't already, and you make bespoke pins, highly recommend a little rigidity on the inside. I can't prove one way or the other that it's good necessarily, but I can't imagine reinforcing the inside of it when you're trying to basically cut threads and squeeze it down. If it has that rigidity, I think it's going to cut better, deeper, and not run the risk of cracking it. Yeah. So if you are a pin maker, just a consideration, I reckon. Boom. And that's it. And then I will cut the relief there if I need to a little later, once I get it ready for trimming down. But I'm going to feel this, make sure we don't have any sharp edges. Again, those are your points to give it a level of like consideration, right? Like you thought about these things, and that's important. Boom. Okay. So I got one more piece to go. And what I'm going to do right quick. Boom. Okay. Whoop. There. Measuring the cap so I can determine how long I need to make the barrel. Well, I couldn't help but notice that nobody really was excited to see the face cam or was excited for me to turn it off. So I'm going to just leave it in place. Okay, this is the, there we go. This is the lines to mark the size of the pin that we're going to go for here. So that is set and configured, and I don't need to do, well, I guess I do. I'll go back to that in a minute. All right, so the section doesn't matter too terribly much. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and mark it, the pinch part. There we go. All right, there we go. This is the grip section. This is going to be where the tenon is. And a sequencing thing, you know, some people find the sequencing quite challenging. And a part of me really enjoyed figuring out sequencing of what to do, like what order to do it, and stuff like that. So it could be a real doozy, I would say, when you're figuring everything out in the first place. But it could definitely expedite that. The learning curve is pretty, well, I don't know. Some things are pretty simple, but actually doing them is a little bit more complicated. So yeah. Like I said, this is the section, and we made it all the way through. And I just ran out of the quill, so with this. I was going to open up that end a little bit more. And then that's it for that. Let's go ahead and put these bits back. Do yourself a favor and maintain the drill bit management. Because it was pretty challenging to... Hey, take care, Johnny. I appreciate you being here, man. Good to see you. Let's see, what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. That's okay. That's all right. I'll find another tangent to get on here in a minute. Okay, let's give this a little measure right quick. See where we're at. Oh, beautiful. That's just what we want right there. Now need to hit the little bevel it right quick. Clean it up a little bit right here. Little bevel right there, a little chamfer in there. Perfect. Okay. Now, got to get the threads for that. Let's see. Bree, how are you doing? Are you a turner? And what attachment? What did it look like? The chuck? Sorry, I don't know which one. But it was a Jacob's chuck. And then I trimmed it. And then I threaded it. Oh, this? Yeah, this is a carriage. So what we've got here is called a metal lathe. Yeah, this is a metal lathe here, and it's got what's called a carriage that moves back and forth. But yeah, this is a metal lathe. But don't be fooled. It is still a lot of work. to do. But yeah, it definitely helps out with everything. But it's a metal lathe, and this is a carriage, and it runs along the ways. And then back here is got the lead screw that runs the carriage rate, so the feed rate at which this is going. And then there's also gears on the headstock over here that you can choose. Yeah, this is not a wood lathe. I used to make pins on a wood lathe until I got a metal lathe, but then I do still do a lot of the turning on it, but I do a lot of the drilling over here. My wood lathe is behind me. Hey, thank you so much. I gotta say that your name doesn't look familiar. Have you been here before? All right, that's nice and smooth now. Yep. Oh, once before? Well, I appreciate it. Oh, subbing? Oh, you're too kind. Too kind, Bree. Are you a turner? And if so, what do you turn typically? This is it, yeah. Alrighty. But yeah, I typically make pens. Like that's what I do. I make a lot of pens. Some of them are for building some inventory. Some of them are for, I guess, expressing myself artistically. But yeah, just enjoy doing it. The other interesting thing about metal lathes, I got to say too, is they have more torque. So if you try to power feed, like use that while it is while it's spinning, you could run into some potential problems. Sorry. Let's see. You work at Rockler? Nice. Ordered a Nova lathe. No way. That's wild. They did, huh? Do you think they like just declared bankruptcy, or do you think they actually went bankrupt, or do you think it's like a... I'll put my tinfoil hat away. I think some businesses are interested in how to take a look at their earnings and loss sheet. Yes. Anyway, I talk about business stuff too. Talk about business, talk about pens. My wife and I work together and we run a business. And we've been doing it full time for 5 years now. I will be right back. You went tinfoil too? I like your style, Bree. You should come around here more often. I'll be right back. I gotta go get my nib, my test fitting nib. It is in a pin that I made yesterday.
Animals could play thousands of troops on the ground. Why did that say?
Oh, come on. Oh, I wonder if Abby brought it out. Oh, there we are. Maybe? No, those are blanks. All right. That's not it. Where's that stratified pin?
You put it on my desk.
Is it still? Okay. I looked, I didn't see it. Okay, well, we'll see it here in just a moment. I apologize. Anywho, what we can do now is... I don't know why I do this. I do this so often. Stuck in my other sequence of other things. But yeah, I made this one yesterday. Whoop. So it's not finished. It still needs to be sanded and polished, but that's what it is looking like. But yeah, this one I think is super cool. I never made a M15 version of this pen, but it's a bit thicker. The section, the outer part of the section is, what's that? 14, and then the middle is probably about 13, 12 and change, or 13. I don't really like to measure it before it's all completed because it gets a little bit adjusted. See, 12 and a half at the pinch, and then 1356. And that goes to almost 14. So it's a big one. It's a big one. And I have a little recess for the my finial there. But this right here is what I needed. And so reason I like to test fit my nibs. So in this particular case, you might not be able to see it that well, but I'm looking at the shoulder here, so I actually need to trim this face down just a little bit because it's too far. So, let's trim it back a little bit. And then Kevin, awesome. I'm glad you like it. And voila. See, that's where we want it to be. We want it to be flush. We want it to be flush. That way it's got the strongest ability. And then the converter will obviously fit into the back snugly. Okay. Now I usually trim these down on the lathe here, but we'll bypass that. We'll go ahead and just hop on the wood lathe. I appreciate it, Kevin. We try. We try. I mean, it's totally easy. I don't know why everybody isn't able to do it. You just got to dedicate a lot of time. Unless you got some real wizards in here, then they were able to do it the first time. Have y'all seen that in pen makers groups or any makers groups really? People are like, they show off this pen that's like super duper nice and they're like, yeah, I just finished making my first pen. They're like, what? No way. Not the no way guy. I like the no way guy. I'm not trying to take that from him. But seriously, people that do this are so silly. They've been training for a long time and they're like, oh yeah, it's the first time I've ever done it. Right. Right. I'm gonna get you steamed up a little bit and then we're gonna hop over to the big lathe. Alrighty, are we over? No. Need to turn this. Okay, I can actually. Kevin, I don't know if you've noticed this yet, but it's been there for a couple, 2-3 streams now. You'll see it. Take a look at the bottom screen. Don't hate the player. I don't know what you mean by that, but there are some contexts in which I don't care for the way that some players play games. So I'll go ahead and say that. Here, I'll zoom in. There you go. Oh, first time making it was perfect. Yeah, well, you know, the other thing about that I will say is that people that do well the first time, like they have beginner's luck, or you know what, maybe they learned from somebody that was really good at teaching them. Either way, it's good stuff. It just, one of the things that I think about is like, some people, when they do it right the first time, they don't do it again. They just stop while they're ahead. But, you know, people do what they want to do. Oh, sorry about all the moving. I've been talking about an additional camera. see. Woo. Bum. There we go. Is that better? I think we're back. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you. Hey, Ben, how you doing? Good to see you. What are we doing? What are we doing anymore? But yeah, Kevin, that's funny. They're in trouble, going bankrupt, all that jazz, and Abby, Marauder.
Yeah, I think so. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Yes, we're on. No inlay.
What?
Yes, a Marauder, no inlay.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Ben, how you doing, man? Got some emotional damage from that lathe biting you? Yeah, I saw that you just posted a video about it this morning. I haven't watched it yet. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. For this, we are looking at 12 mil. Whoop. Yes, this one is a 12 mil. The other one I will be turning here in a bit is a 14. Or about 14. Oh, Ben, you should have heard my mic yesterday. Or not my mic. You should have heard my lathe yesterday. It doesn't sound much better today, but it is. It is. Yeah, hey, Morty. Thank you. So it was grinding or whining at me because I think the bearings weren't moving how they were supposed to. So I tried to make a pin with a bunch of curves in it, trying to use a skew, and that did not go well. It looked quite weirdly geometric and not comfortable. So gonna need some more work with the skew if I want to be any good at it. But that's okay. I kind of use the round carbide as a, I tilt it all the time. So I use it a little differently than I guess than it's supposed to be. But I was looking at some lathes yesterday, and the robust lathe is, still about $5,000. That's going to be a no-go. Like for the scalp, that is. One that would be relatively close to what I would be using here, or what I already use. But it is a better size, and it offers outboard turning. It would be a little excessive for what I do, but having a little bit of extra room is also not a bad deal. I'm gonna make sure that the base of the section doesn't stick out past the threads. Da-da-da-da. Okay. No. you only unbox it. Oh, that's something, Zero that bad boy out. And this, so 12, we're gonna go. Yeah, man. I was looking at another jet actually. So yeah, I probably would just get it again. They're also on sale right now, like but yeah, it kind of fixed itself, so I'm not going to be buying anything right now since my bearings aren't cooperating how they should. And I've got to keep my my eyes open, to find out which one is going to be a future addition to the workshop. Because I think I might just get another jet, honestly. I don't really have, I like the idea of the Laguna 1524, but it still has a pretty darn big footprint, I think. But I still haven't ruled that one out either, so it could be a good options too. Oh. No. You're gonna... Right on, man. I appreciate you. Have a good one, Iron Fist Boxer. It was good to meet you, and I hope to see you around some more, man. Have a good day. Okay, need to do just a little center start on this because I didn't do that before. And that's also the benefit of turning things flush and round, because now it won't be offset anyways. That's awesome. All right, there we go. Going back. Let's see. Raycon. Is it Raycon going out? Or is that Nova? Who said? I don't remember. Let's see. Ben, yeah. I'm pretty happy with the jet. I like the size. And I don't intend on doing large projects. Nova, okay, my bad. I don't know what it is about Raycon. I don't particularly like the way that it looks. It's got nothing about how it performs. So I don't have a preference on how it performs, just how it looks. So there is my shallowness, I suppose. This in particular is what I would do over on the metal lathe, getting it closer to a workable size. As you get closer to that, then change it up. So this is how a metal lathe does its repairs. Looks like it's all precise. Hey Ben, I appreciate you offering to take a look. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. In the past, I have taken it apart, and there's that little like indexing pin that goes onto the spindle that holds the gear wheel. That is actually one of my problems, is that I can't get that off. So I gotta hit it harder with a dead blow, or just deal with it for now. And since I don't have the backup right now, I'm going to leave it alone instead of trying to take it apart again. Because I have changed the bearing a couple times. Yeah, just the bearings, I guess, don't want to cooperate. Lawrence, right on, man. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's see. Raycon, no bearing problems. That's good. You go with the jet, you'll get some bearing problems. It wasn't an uncommon thing either, supposedly. It's something that actually, it was already known that it does happen, I guess. Almost there with that. So I didn't know that was a possibility. But on the other hand, probably work this way much harder than I'd expected it was going to be. Oh, sorry, Iron Fist. I missed your last thing. If you're still here, I'm glad that you find it interesting, man. I like it too. I like it too. And then you got people that have different ways that they would have accomplished the same thing. So, you know, it's the whole idea sharing as well. It's pretty cool. Sean, it's not that I think it's ugly. I just don't think it's a very good looking lathe. Like, that's also why I wouldn't get, like, I think a Powermatic. Aren't those also it's yellow? Because you gotta think about it, you're looking at this darn thing for a long time. So, I mean, at least in my mind, I want to like how it looks because I look at it all the time. That's why I said it's got nothing to do with the performance of it. It might perform great, just not what I'm going for. But I'll give credit where it's due for performance. 1390. It's not 13. What? I guess it is. It's funny that you say that because there was a secondhand Powermatic that I was thinking about, and it was a good deal. It was like half off, and I was actually looking for people around me that would be able to paint it. So it's funny that you say that because I was thinking about that. But yeah, it was used at Rockler. It was used at Rockler as a one of the demo ones, where when they had like a class or something, and they didn't have enough lathes. I guess they'll pull one from the floor, or yeah, pull one and then have that be the floor model. Would have gotten it even if it was yellow. Yeah, well, honestly, it wouldn't have been used until one of these other ones died. So, or now. I suppose now is a pretty good time to get one. That way I have a backup, but I don't really have anywhere to put it. So once it does come, I'd want it in use. Sweet. All right, barrel is done. But it was at Rockler, and you know, if there's a good deal at some point, you know, there's probably going to be another one later on. Can't be too mad about missing a good deal. Speaking of good deals, I think the platform that I was thinking about using, like Discord, I don't think that one's going to be how I want it to be for the purposes of, but I do think that a Patreon might be better for that, or for what it is that I'm trying to do, at least, because it's got like the community tab, pretty sure everybody can post pictures in there. If they're of the tier that can post pictures, and so it's also a place that I can put all the designs and stuff that I've deconstructed and then reconstructed and that kind of stuff. But anyway, does anybody use Patreon for anything kind of like a Facebook, I guess? Weird. How's that? Well, I mean, obviously it's not set in stone, but trying to find a better place to have. I mean, it's not that it's better, right? Because Discord's pretty darn good. It's just, I don't particularly like it. And it's partially because I find it to be a little more complicated. So, it could be confusing. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now I just need to smooth all these lines right there. Right on, Ben. Have a good one, man. Good to see you. Yes, sir. Good to see you. This is looking pretty juicy. Juicy? All right, maybe not juicy. All right, getting these surfaces nice flat. And before I actually put this one off, I want to make sure that, well, I think I need to take that further down as well. This looks like, well, that's fine. It looks like I have a pretty large 845. Yes, I need to drop that quite a bit down. Quite a ways. But we can go ahead and test fit and see how things look. Okay, that's good. This needs to go down just a little bit more. Then this needs to be a little bit shorter. So check and see where we are here. Okay. So that is the deepest point. So I need to cut a little bit like that. I've got a good profile, I think. Great. So, alrighty, we're gonna smooth this out a little bit more. Yes, there we go. That's what we wanted. And that will now sand off. Although Abby has sanded before, and I had marked like a deep point where it needed to be filled, and it was just like a dot that was there. And kind of funny. Kind of funny. Need to make it a little thinner too. A little squeaky going in there. There we go. I guess we'll go ahead and put that. But yeah, there was a little, a deep spot where the Sharpie had gone. The ink had dripped down into that spot, but Abby had finished sanding everything and then realized after we inspected it again, kind of funny. Also a bummer at the same time. It's, you know, not fun to do the same thing over again because the first one didn't work out. That's no fun. Let's see, this one I'm looking for right there. Okay. As for the wooden pin, I only need to do the barrel, and then we'll be sanding and polishing it. The only finish that we're going to be doing on it is the Tripoli, and then we're going to use the Milan. All right, this one is one more adjustment. Gotta make all those adjustments and inspections. The main thing that I check for inspection wise is I check the corners, the edges, the threads. And then I guess the tolerances between the base of the section and the threads. So I want to make sure that all those things look good, they feel good, and they're not going to like cut, scratch you, or bother you in any way. Although I can't do that for everything because some people grip differently, so there is that. Did I already take the nib out? Yes. Ugh. But yes. I guess you can't get the full effect. But this is what it looks like right now. I'd say we were able to capture quite a bit of purple. There's a lot of purple there at the base there. And then the section's got no purple, but the threads here do. So I'd say we did a pretty good job capturing the purple, like the what they were hoping for. So this has got to go get rinsed out, cleaned out, and all that jazz, and then sanded and polished. So there's that. Now we're going back to this. I mentioned it before. The name of this wood is Catalox. Let's see. Let's write it down. Catalox. Whoop. I got to say that it is not a very, excuse me, it's not a very expensive wood, but I do have to say that it is probably one of the better looking woods. So when you can have a relatively inexpensive wood that looks good, I'll say that's a win. Okay. So for your visual reference here, this is a M15, so it's about 15 mil, a little less than 15 millimeter tin in there. The outer is an M15 by 0.8 triple lead, and then the inside, I switched it. It used to be M11 by 0.8 triple start, but I changed it because it was more of a pain than it was worth, and this is supposed to be just about the wood. And I was also running into other problems that I didn't really want to, like have to deal with, really. Because if you do the body sleeve too thin, it's obviously not going to have good rigidity, and you run the risk of breaking it. So hopefully this one will not break. But I'm going to start cutting here, and it's going to end up being a marauder. So we're going to do everything like this. Not to mention, there's a mandrel. I've already got a mandrel, and it works great. Just leave it alone. The easiest that way. This particular problem, like I said, it's about the wood. It's not about figuring everything else out. It's about the dang wood. Let's enjoy. Let's take a little bit more time. This wood is pretty hard. If you haven't seen cut it out before, it is quite a hard wood. It's not as hard as ironwood or ebony blue or African black. It's pretty hard. In my notes, I've got the Jinka scale. The Jinka scale is basically a hardness scale for wood.
So, I kind of mentioned it before, but when you make a sleeve, it's kind of like the brass bushing, you know, or the brass tubing. I mean, for a like a kit pen, if you're printing from kits, kind of like you just made them. Just going to get this flush with the Ebonite. If it's flat, then we're good. Carbide's really nice with this, I will say. Carbide's nice. Let's see if we are going to regret doing this. It's scary. Things that I probably shouldn't do right now. I'm not fantastic with this food. And this pin is, you know, trying everything it can to not be a pin. So, let's see if I can make it this thing. Not good, not good, not good. Hey, we tried, okay? We tried. We're going to go back to what we were emotionally doing. Okay, now we gotta do this. Try to smooth it out a bit. It looks like we have a whole lot of the brown of this, which would be yet another bummer. Well, I hope we still have some brown here. Okay, we're good. Man, is it just me, or did that look like it was mostly a light color, huh? That looks mostly light to me. Oh, it's spinning at least, I guess. Let's see what we... 1510. Okay, let's check the cap here. So 1510, 1017, 1510, 17. Let's check it out. It doesn't want to be a pin, right? It doesn't. It's trying its best to not be. I think my cap to barrel ratio is nicer. Yeah, I'd say that's nicer. So really all I need to do now is kind of smooth this out a bit and then go ahead and sand and polish it. Uh-oh. Sorry, I was blocking the view with my noggin. But yeah, man, sometimes these things don't want to become pins. You know, you got this great idea, you want to execute on it, and it's like, you don't want to really do that, do you? Let's see, I'm going to do smooth side here. let's see. I suppose I could go ahead and mention when you are making pins that are sleeved, you should know the outer diameter of the sleeves and the inner diameter of the wood hole that you drilled, because that'll be more or less your reference for how much wood you can take off, right? So I know that I drilled to just under 13 millimeter is how much the wood closed up onto the ebonite there, and then let's see. You also, with wood, want to leave a little bit of meat. That way you can be able to sand it a bit more. Sometimes you'll use turning tools and get too far. Then you'll end up with a big old chip out or something like that. So with wood, when I'm doing different wooden projects, I don't really mind having to use a lot of sanding for that. Just kind of backing this off a bit more. That way, I'll have a little bit more room. Plan is to sand from here. It's going to take a good amount of sanding to get some of these knocks out, I reckon. It's okay. Okay, let's see. Now we've got our sandpaper. Yep. The 150 to 600 grit. Pretty sure that this was. I bought a couple of these. So. Let's see, I sanded about hundo. We'll start here so I can smooth out just that little. There we go. How about we get close, huh? Let's get close. How's that? That's good. That's good stuff. All right, keeping an eye on some of these channels. If I see like a little, like a line that goes vertically, then I know that is a shallow or a deeper point. Then I need to get the rest of everything else either down to that point, or I need to bring that point up to the rest of everything else. That makes sense. Okay, give this a little look-see here. All right, so you can see my spiral lines this way, so we're going to take those out. Be very careful not to be hitting those. You could actually, I'm going to do it actually. Going to throw some tape on it. I'm going to do a little different technique here for my what about that? Not big enough, or too big. And that's there we go. Now I'm not worried about the threads. Now I have a stopper as well, which would be pretty cool. Try to be even when you're doing the lateral sanding, but sometimes you just want to focus on one spot, but you'll end up with a flat spot if you do that. So be careful. You want to constantly keep it moving, really. Already feels nice, but there's just a little bit right there. Okay, no, we're gonna have to do this again. Sometimes having a coarser sandpaper is nice, but we gotta say, it could also be really bad because you can create pretty deep channels and it'll put you out of the parameters of your safe, the safe area. Like you would take it too thin and it would be you made it too thin, obviously it would be too close to the ebonite and might start showing itself. That spot is annoying. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything about that, but I'm not going to do anything about that, rather. But it's annoying. So that very nice. Now let's go ahead and get some denatured alcohol and a paper towel. Alrighty. Can I have the alcohol? The alcohol? I'm thirsty. Just kidding. Don't drink that. It's bad. Okay. Yeah. So I do it from like the end and then I go towards the ebonite. So I can stay over here as long as I don't go to the ebonite. But then I'll swipe away. And this is hopefully just to get the stuff out. If this thing cracks, it's just going to be cracked. Not enough of its shenanigans. Yep. And that's what I got to say about that. All right, Triple E. Little Triple E action. Get that in my hand. Okay. So it probably won't show sanding the cap and barrel of this particular wood, but we wet sand it. Whoop. Well, you want to make sure that you can easily let go. I'm just doing this until I don't see it streaking anymore, as if it was still wet. That way it either absorbed into the material or it is in the paper. So, that's that. Cool. Now, have you ever went to the store and bought something, forgot that you bought it when you came home, and then you went to that store again later on, and then you did it again? How many times have you done that in a row? There's no reason for me to have 3. One lasts a long time. But this is a friction polish, and because I don't really turn wood that much, it lasts me a very long time. I suppose if you were doing like bowls and other big stuff too, then you'd probably be going through it a little bit faster. Also, it's a shellac, from my understanding. It's pretty interesting. And shellac is from a beetle. This is friction polish. So what that means is it's got to get hot. And when you get it really hot, kind of bakes it on a little bit. And it soaks into the green a little bit. Ooh, that's cookie. All right. Go ahead and hit that one more time. Hit me, baby. Anybody? Nice. Okay. Good enough. Like I said, this is going to be Let's see. Need to get it a little bit. When you're doing that, I definitely don't want to do that after I cut the support off, because you can see that it kind of goes up. Well, maybe not, but what it's doing is it's a little bit out of round. And then if I was to turn it on to sand it like this, it's going to end up wonky, and you're going to have one side that is bigger than the other. You can do that by design, intentionally, which some people do. But if you were looking for it to be perfectly round, I don't suggest doing anything but maybe pushing on the end of it. You're going too fast. So I just need to sand the end a little bit. Make sure that we're good to go. Then I'm going to polish it. I guess I should have kept that paper towel, huh? Just a tiny little bit. I'll go ahead and throw it on just a little bit as well before getting it spun up. Now this, I guess, technically is a grit, right? But it's such a fine grit that I'm not worried about it warping the shape. Perfect. Abby's been out here the whole time sanding, and I haven't started turning the okay. Boom. We still use this paper towel. And she's gone. Now that's a little ugly right there, which is okay. Not super worried about that. We'll get that cleaned up a bit. Clean it up. Let's take a look at it right now and see how we're doing. Okay, so this is about what it's going to look like. Oops. I didn't make a section. Well, I did make a section, but because I changed the section size. Okay, well, we can still take a look at kind of what it would look like. So I've got another section here. All right, so here are it's going to be this section, which is a Ebonite section. It'll be pretty cool when it's all cleaned up. But it's fit for a M11 triple start, so, and I'm not going to do that. But yes,
that is good to go. And this is about what it's going to look like. Obviously, this section is going to be a little different, but I think that's pretty darn cool. And this wood is called catalox. And then bada bing, bada boom. And then obviously this is going to get sanded and polished. How about that? Boom. Anywho. But yeah. Happy how that one went, turned out and everything. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and throw it in there, wrap it up, rolling it up into here, and then putting it over here. That way we know that still have to make another section for it. Boom. Okay, now we have brought that catalog to conclusion. Well, yeah, catalog's to conclusion for sure. Now, so that needs to break off or break free, and that needs to break free. Okay, that's still good. That's still good. Now, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit here. Yeah, that's let's see. I'm going to turn a few diamond painting pins actually. Let me let's see. I kind of look like that Olympic shooter with his eye cover on. Weird. Okay, let's start a poll here. Stream. There we go. All right. Got a poll up that you can vote on. Jeez. Some things back organized a bit here. Find my pliers. Well, there's that. Well, when I find my pliers, that'll be when I close the poll.
Bum, 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 bum. Aha, there you are. Sorry about that. Splendid. All right, cool. We're doing it. We're doing it. All right. Got that. Need a dead center. Dead center. Live center. Let's put those there, and he's here. Perfect. Now, off the top of my head, I don't know what these are called. What the blanks are called. I think it might be a purple prismatic sparkle. But I could be wrong. Let's see if Abby will come and do a little intro on them right quick. Yeah, these are what we're looking at. These are really cool. These are pretty cool. Well, I guess until she comes out, let's get going. Oh, there she is. You come here for a minute? I'll turn off Morty, or will you turn it off on the way? Okay. You do me a solid and do this for a minute. Yeah. Okay. Bum, bum, bum.
Hi, everybody.
Out of
Here you go.
focus. It's fuzzy.
What?
It's fuzzy.
Maybe you are just out of focus.
Oh, there. I'll just. Ah!
Here, just click on vertical and 50 there. And then if you want to go back, you can go to vertical scene 2.
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna stand here for a minute. Hey, Kevin.
This is Abby, my wife.
Yeah.
The person that makes all the blanks.
And does most of the sanding and finishing, not for John's special wood pin series, but for all of our diamond painting pens and other stuff. I'm the professional sander and maker of pretty colors, yes. Hope you guys are having a good day today.
Sorry.
Huh?
My foot got stuck on the weight.
With your duck shoes?
Yes.
John got some shoes from REI Scratch and Dent, and they are
Orange.
They are duck feet orange, and they're kind of funny shaped. So
Wide toe box.
not the best looking shoe.
Comfy.
John likes shoes. Both of our kids are home today with the stomach flu, and that sucks. Hopefully John doesn't get it before he leaves on Thursday for the mate thing, and hopefully I feel better, because that's been not fun. But we won't have to get too much into that. Oh my God, yeah. So I was sick last night, and then our one daughter went to school, and then the other one, when I went to wake her up, she was like, my stomach hurts. I'm like, oh no. And then we got a call from the school to come get the other one. So that's kids and life and germs. But that's all right. I was sanding the diamond painting pens. I knocked something over. The diamond painting pens for this week. And they are really pretty. Oh my God, I'm a mess, y'all. Knocked off John's little poofy thing. The mic. Anyways, these are not the easiest ones to sand. This is Illumilite's translucent purple dye, and it's got gorgeous color saturation. It's one of my favorite kind of shades of purple, especially when you're going for like translucent, but still like a rich color. However, I swear every time I use it, it is a bitch to sand. It's, I don't know why it's like that, but it just likes to be scratchy. So I spent probably not double, but dramatically felt like double the amount of time on each pen. But they're pretty and shiny and sparkly. So that's what I was doing. But John, just now got to diamond painting pens. He was working on that wood pen, and I don't know what else. Oh, the commission pen. And now he's starting diamond painting pens, and I'm like, I'm done. I can't do anymore today. I'm gonna go sit on the couch and watch a movie with the kids. And I don't know what we're gonna watch. One of the daughters is wanting princesses, which not my favorite. The other one was watching Jurassic World, so that sounds more interesting to me than princesses. So yeah, I gotta go figure out a movie that everybody's happy to watch. John will be jealous, even though you guys are here, luckily, to keep him company and keep him talking for hours, so he doesn't talk to me for hours when I'm working. But yeah, he'll be back in a second. And let's see, the colorway that he is working on is called Purple Prismatic Sparkle. It uses, like I was talking about, that Illumilite translucent purple, and then ghost pigments. Using eye candy pigments, they're my favorites. And yeah, that's how I got that particular look. And it's got glitter because our people love glitter, and I love glitter. So these are like a super fine glitter, so the glitter doesn't chip out or give us any issues. Like some other glitters, like last week's gave me a little bit of issues because it was a chunkier glitter. But yeah, everybody left and then came back. I don't think they want to listen to me talk.
It's because you're not doing anything.
Well, I'm talking. Doesn't that count?
Yeah, just me. Oh, here you go.
What?
There's that one.
That looks nice. Got purple in the body and the cap.
I know, you told me to get one.
I know, it looks great. That's what I'm saying. It looks good. Sometimes it's hard with blanks when you're like, I really want this, particular color on this part of it, because the insides don't always match the outsides of the blanks.
I guess that goes with people too.
Yeah, it's like, don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a blank by the outside of it, because they're usually pretty different on the inside.
And this person seems so nice.
What person? Me?
The people on the inside versus outside. They're nice on the inside.
Hey, these look really good on the outside too. I'm just saying, we have had blanks that looked bad on the outside and turned out pretty cool on the inside, and the other way around. So I'm gonna go watch a movie with the kids.
What movie?
I don't know. Stella wants princesses, but I don't want princesses.
Well,
so I've got to find something.
I hope you have fun.
We will be on the couch whenever you're done. And Evie was asking about dinner, and I don't know what we're gonna have for dinner. So you think about that. You're in charge. You just tell me later.
You put the,
Oh no, I did it again.
you threw the little muff.
Yeah. Twice. This is the second time.
Oh, just now.
Yeah. I dropped it earlier too.
That's sad.
I'm falling apart.
Yeah. Sorry for blowing in your ear. had to get the stuff off the poof ball.
Nobody looks.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm not gonna do that kind of ASMR, man. That's not me.
Have fun hanging out with John while he turns the rest of these for me to sand.
There's that for you
Did
too.
you take the nib out of it this time?
Yeah, and then I put it somewhere else. But it's out here somewhere now, so there is that. I might just have to grab another one. I don't know, man. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna go over here. Whoop. Thank you, Kevin. I'll let her know that you said that. Okay, sorry about that. Had to do a little intermission. I don't know if you know, but I have been streaming for 3 hours and 15 minutes so far. So not a super long stream, although we have been productive. You know what I'm saying? Been doing good. Good, all y'all keeping me on track. That's what we need. It's what we need. Stay on track. Good. This is gonna need some of that, some of this. Any adjustments? We did this. And this. Cool. Pick the top 3 things. Uh-oh. Okay. Gotta go turn on the dust collection. So do people typically like watching production type of work or problem-solving, iteration, and other things? Some people like watching production.
But I've got to get this done before Thursday because that is when I'm leaving to go to the Middle University. So what in the world was that? Something popped out. It's unusual. So what that is actually there was a little flake on the inside. And you can tell that because it's super shiny right there. It's it just separated. Bummer, man. I pointed it out before, but sometimes the outsides of the mold will get inside the cavities. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's vertical molds that makes multiple blanks at a time, and sometimes the pieces can drop inside, and when you're making a big old batch, you don't necessarily know that it's in there. So you just give it your best shot. You just kind of blow it out. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is a vertical mold, and these are cavities. And nothing on my hand here, but there are some little pieces right there. So might run into something like that. You do a lot of casting. That's what it was. 28. Here we go. I don't have the rail stock system too hard because it seems like that was making this spindle was getting pushed in. They have a resistance. Right on, Kevin. I'll see you around, man. I'm just going to be turning some of these, and then I'll probably be wrapping it up after that. Some other things that I've got to get in line. I appreciate you hanging out, man. Sweet. Did Abby show y'all some completed ones? Because she has sanded some. Like these are turned, but they're not sanded and polished. She does have some over there. Hope you're having a good day. I know I am. I love these purple curls, translucent curls going into like the light pink, peachy color in there. Here's a finished one. So obviously they're quite a bit different after they're sanded. But the surface of this is actually what's causing it to be that shiny. It's not something that's put on it to make it shiny. It just, the surface has been sanded to that point. Some people have like a way of finishing them that's a little different. Well, yeah, I'll just say that. But let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Thanks for being here, hanging out. Good to see you. Hey, what's up, Hillbilly? Going pretty well, man. Knocked out a few projects, and now it's to the weekly. Back to the weekly stuff, and then I'll be going to Virginia on Thursday. How are you doing? All right, man. I'll keep the bothering you to a minimum. Is that one of your other hobbies that you collect coins or keep an eye out for rare ones? Mm. Your mom worked as a teller your whole life? Cool. Well, that's neat. Definitely one of those things where you can spot something that other people can't or won't. Either way, outcome is the same. But that's pretty cool. How long does that take you to go through all of that? Because that's a interesting investment strategy. Oh, cool. I would just probably use my phone to scan whatever it was. I think you can take pictures of it now if you've got one of those apps that will identify coins. But that's pretty good. Wow. That's wild, man. What was the yield? Like an hour a week, 52 weeks. So 52 hours a year. What was the overall? Not factoring your time. I don't know if I asked you, Michael, if you were going to be at the Mid-Atlantic Turner's Expo. But that is in Virginia coming up this week. the 14th, I believe, is the start date. Wow. Are you still holding on to all those, or have you, or are you collecting them and holding on to them for a rainy day? You hadn't planned on going? Right on. Got other trips? Right on. Yeah, I hear you. We've got something, I think the rest, every month for the rest of the year, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's cool, man. Will you grab one for me too while you're there? I could really go for one of those. I was trying to figure out how to be able to stamp out nibs, but it doesn't look like, for me in particular, that's not really high on my priority list as far as figuring out nibs and being able to stamp out gold nibs and stuff like that. That's interesting. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Your wife wants to make coin rings? Let's see. I've seen quite a few people doing well with making spoons, or using spoons to make rings, I mean. And then when you do it like that, you don't have to size it. It'll just be adjustable, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, the only reason I mentioned it is because it might be I guess, an easier entryway into it to see if it's something that you'd really want to do for any amount of time. So, I guess an interesting thing. Yeah, I'm gonna get a couple. Let's see, we're gonna do. centering punch. There, let's see, what was I trying to do? I was trying to figure out how to use a sheet of something, but I couldn't drill a hole in it easily. Hey, that's a good find. I'm gonna have to probably get a new lathe here if the bearings keep going the way that they are. It's fine right now, actually, but some of the bearings I think were seizing up on me. But I think we got all that knocked out and it's moving again. I mean, it's going to depend on if I can actually repair it or not. But if I do have to scrap it, then yeah, I don't see why not. Is there, you trying to build something else? You just need some parts for it or what? Or is that a top secret mission then? That's kind of funny. I'm pretty, I usually, I would say, I'm pretty considerate of the equipment that I'm using. I try to be, I guess, more careful with the pieces and stuff. But sometimes I'll get angry and take it out on other things. But not often. What I've got right now is a shop box. It's a 1 horsepower dust collector. And I just got the hose pretty short. They're as short as possible. But it really makes a huge difference when I'm turning, because when I wasn't using dust collection, it would actually wrap all around the workpiece all the time. Super frustrating. I suppose the other thing I could have done is had a fan to the behind me that was blowing it as it comes out. That also works. It's just I only have a wall behind it, so it goes right into the wall and back to my face. So that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's a shop box. Had it for 3 years now. 4 years, 3 or 4 years. But yeah, one of the big secrets about that, or I guess tips for that, or the secret, is that you want to keep the hose as short as possible, you know? Let's see. If I did have a floor mounted though, I wouldn't have it coming from the top. I would probably have it to where it mounts to the banjo. Yeah. Oop, what am I doing? What am I doing here? Here we go. Let's see. I'd say that's a pretty good sesh. Don't know what I can do with this one. What else? Alrighty. Pardon my reach. Bum 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 bum. All right. Looking good. Looking good. Okay, come on over. Come on over. Here. Whoop. Hey, good to see you over there. Whoop. Come on. There we go. Good, good, good. I'll put my headphones away here. But yeah, I'd say it was a good stream. Had a 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's a good one. That is a good stream. Yes, indeed. A couple other things that I've got to do, but yeah, I won't do it on stream. Nobody wants to see cleaning. But yeah, what did we do today? I think Abby took him inside. Actually, I can't show it. Come on. Let me see. Let me see. Come on. It might be over here. What? No, that's not it. Well, I was able to do the other wooden pin, and the wood looks like this. I'll show it over here, and then still need to. Sorry. Still need to sand and polish the Ebonite, but this is looking pretty good. This is Catalogs, by the way. Catalogs. Not a super expensive wood, so, and it was good. It's good to turn. There's a 5.6 moisture content. I bought it as lumber, and then I cut it into pieces. The wooden pieces that I use for the pins are 4 inches. Here's another piece of it. Yes, yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool wood. So far I have done Purple Heart, Bloodwood, and Catalogs. Just got to finish the video for the Bloodwood, and then got to start the video for the Catalogs, because I'm almost finished with that part. Got to get the section and barrel sanded, and then we'll be done with that one, and then we'll determine what wood species we're doing next.
Yeah. But yes, indeed. Was there anything else? I don't remember. I don't think there was anything else. But I do appreciate you hanging out. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time. Hillbilly, it's always good seeing you, man. Hope you're able to keep up with all your spinning plates and have fun on your trips that you do go on. But yeah, I'll be going to the MATE, the Mid-Atlantic Turners Expo, and hoping that's going to be pretty fun. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I will see you next time. Take care.